Welcome to the Going Home Project, and to start it seems very important to hear from those who are responsible for this major step in human understanding. Their years of experience and candid approach will help you to participate more easily in this process. You might want to listen to parts of it again and again from time to time because what they discuss may relate directly to things that you encounter. The following may provide some answers you didn't know of, so here's Robert Monroe with Dr. Elisabeth Kubler-Ross and Dr. Charles Tart.
Well, you know, Elizabeth, I've always wondered how you got into this amazing field that you did. Here you are, a medical doctor, and something happened. What happened that made you go off in this different direction?
It started in 45 when I left Switzerland and did relief work in post-war Europe. And Switzerland had no war for 750 years, no race problems, no unemployment, no windstorms of life. And I thought life cannot be all dandy. And people had enough to eat, and it was a bit too good to be true. And then life literally put me into post-war Europe. Ruins, aftermath of the World War II, and the biggest blessing in my life was to witness and to go and work in a concentration camp, where I saw a place where 290,000 children were put in gas chambers and were killed on the whim of a crazy man who wanted to,
Yes.
I don't need to tell you. And my question when I was in Majdanek was, how did children 5, 6, 7, 8, 10-year-old walk into the gas chamber? They must have known that they're going to be killed in there. What went through their mind? What prepared them for this? And then I went into the wooden barracks where they spent their last nights. And everywhere in these barracks were carved into the soft wood with fingernails of little children butterflies.
Oh.
And I said, why butterflies? Majdanek, Buchenwald, Auschwitz had no butterflies. Yet the symbol was always butterflies. Took me 25 years to find out that at the moment of death, what happens to human beings is they're allowed to shed their cocoon to become a butterfly.
Very nice.
And I had this model of the cocoon that you open up and then out of it comes a butterfly. And now when I work with young children, they're not afraid of death, but they're afraid to be buried. They're terribly afraid because they see on television that the grandpa is put in a box and put in a big hole, and then we put the soul on top of it, and that's very scary for a little child. And I tell them with my model, we only bury the cocoon. The butterfly is so long gone out of this cocoon. So the cocoon and the burial place is only for the ones who are left behind. So they have a place to visit and to respect and to put flowers on and to have a conversation.
That's fascinating. So, with that impression, then what did you do?
Then I went back to Switzerland and studied medicine. And I thought the last thing I want to do is study psychiatry. Then I married an American and came to America, and I wanted to go into pediatrics. And it was June, and again by divine manipulation, I was not allowed to study pediatrics. So I heard from a very crazy guy who worked at Manhattan State Hospital that he always needed residents because nobody wanted to work with this guy. And I thought for 1 year psychiatry, that will be a good additional training. And when you know it has an end to it, you can take anybody if they're crazy. And I got the job in 10 minutes. And that's how I ended up in psychiatry. But after the year was over, they kept my residence in pediatrics. But my patients were so needy, and it was such a horrible place, that out of respect for those patients, I had to stick it out with them. And I added another year and another year until my residency was finished. And I ended up becoming a psychiatrist against my plans.
But what led you more into this specialty?
And then I was a psychiatrist. I did 4 years of adult psychiatry, 3 years of child psychiatry. I did not like psychiatry the way it's taught here, and I thought there must be something how I ended up in psychiatry. And then I had a wonderful professor, Professor Margolin in Denver, who had a psychophysiology lab. His lab was full of polygraphs and things, and he taught psychiatry totally different from all the other shrinks. And I begged him if I could work in his lab. I love laboratories. And so he made me his assistant, and he was the best lecturer in the whole university. And one day out of the blue sky, he said, Elisabeth, I have to go overseas. You take over my lecture. And I said, me? No way. He said, yes, you. And I couldn't even talk to 5 people. I was so shy in those days. And I had 3 weeks to give my first lecture, and he was gone. And I asked him, what do I lecture about? He said, you find the topic. Anything you want to lecture about. And I said, what topic can I talk about that really turns medical students on? And out of the blue sky, it dawned on me that nobody teaches them about dying. And I think every halfway decent country doctor or specialist needs to know something about dying. So naive as I was, I went to the library to look for books on death and dying. There was not one single book, except one from a psychoanalyst, totally psychoanalytic language that was Chinese to me also. And then I put the lecture together for 1 hour about anthropology, sociology, why people use burials, how did the idea about burials come? How do different cultures bury people? And I found out why Jews put stones on a tomb, and why people wear black veils and black clothes, and all the psychological meaning behind of it. Very fascinating lecture, intellectually very stimulating, but wouldn't help a single patient. And then the second hour, I surprised the students after a physiologic break, where they had their drink, their Coke, their cigarette. Then I brought in a 16-year-old girl who was dying of leukemia. And I made rounds in the hospital and looked if I had a patient that I could interview in front of the medical students, and she was superb. Nobody had talked with her about dying. Her mother never talked with her. What is it like to be 16 years old and dying? And she was furious. And so she shared her dismay, her total anger that nobody talks with her about it. And when she was in the midst of raging and talking about it, I said, stop. I don't want to hear one more word. I want you to share that with my medical students. So they learn that 16-year-old girls who are dying are old enough to talk about their dying. Do me a favor and talk about that. And she hugged and kissed me and thanked me. So after my theoretical lecture, I sneaked out while the others had their Coke. I went to get the wheelchair and brought this girl on the stage. And I interviewed her for 5 minutes, and then I asked 5 students to come up on stage and interview her. And they were frozen. They were like zombies. They didn't know what to talk about. So I got her going again, and I said, before the hour is up, I want at least 3 volunteers to come up and ask her some questions. And I literally had to drag 3 of these young doctors up on the stage. And the moment they came, they asked her the stupidest question. How big is your liver? How did your white count change? All head trip stuff. And she stopped them right away. And she said, why don't you ask what it's like to be 16, never to be able to fall in love, never to make dreams about the future, never to think about what I can study, what I can make out of my life, to know that you're dying and nobody talks with you about that. And we had the most beautiful interview I ever had with anybody. And the students were stunned, moved to tears, felt totally incapable of talking with anybody about dying. They xeroxed this lecture and the transcript and sent it to all the theological seminaries, because in the hospital in those days, when somebody was dying, the doctor backed out and sent the minister, even to people who didn't have any use for ministers.
Yes, yes.
And they had no training either to work with those patients. And then when I left Denver after this very famous lecture, which was sent all the way to Chicago, New York, everywhere, unbeknown to me, I moved to Chicago, and then the theology students came very early on and referred to that lecture and said, would you teach us future chaplains how to work with dying patients? And I was thrilled to bits. And then I opened up a seminar for medical students, half and half theology students, to work together, to listen to dying patients, not to preach to them, but to listen what they had to share and say. And that became the famous Death and Dying seminar. And the rest you know. Then after a few years, Macmillan came and said, would you write a book about it? And that became the book on death and dying.
Well, that is a very clean beginning, wasn't it? It was very straightforward, step by step by
It
step.
wasn't easy because I got the name of the vulture, and doctors were very mad at me for interviewing their patients, because the patients shared from their heart what it is like, how they were ignored, how nobody told them the truth, how they didn't get enough pain medication. I mean, everything very open, frank, and honest. So I made a lot of enemies on the faculty.
I would think you did.
But also lots of friends from the patients and students.
So how many people over these years have you talked to who were dying?
I have no idea. I could not even count them. See, for the first 15 years, I only talked to adults. The youngest was 16 and the oldest was 104. Until one of the students pointed out to me that I'm avoiding dying children. And I listened to them, and at first I wanted to say, no, I don't. But it was true. I never, ever talked to 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds. And so I immediately moved to La Rabida Children's Hospital with all chronically ill and dying children. And I found, to my big surprise, that dying children are much, much, much easier than grown-ups. They don't have half the unfinished business. They're not half as phony baloney as grown-ups are. And they tell you what it's like, very honest. And they point out your weaknesses. If you don't answer a question, they're very quick to say, wait, that's not what I asked you. And so you really get to know yourself. And that's what it says, we should become like children, to be blunt and honest and no phony baloney. And when you work for 15 years with dying children, it's such a delight. And they teach you everything you need to know about living.
I could make some interesting bets and say that you probably would talk to, what, 10,000 dying people over the last 10
At
years?
least.
At least, that's
Yeah.
why I say it's a
Yeah.
mass of
Yeah.
them, I know. Well, have you found a common pattern among all of these
Yes.
people? What's the common?
If I would generalize, grossly generalize, almost everybody at the beginning, when a diagnosis of a malignancy, for example, is made, or AIDS or MS or any potentially terminal illness, the first stage is usually denial. It can't be, it's a wrong diagnosis, or I have to change the doctor. Denial is a marvelous defense while it lasts. Very few people stay in a stage of denial. But you do not break the denial down. You respect people always where they're at. Like I had a woman who belonged to a religious group, without naming religious groups, who was not allowed to see MDs. That was against their religion. And she had a breast cancer that was like ulcerated, and her arm was huge. She came to the hospital and said she comes to have her wounds cleaned out. So I always talk with her about her wounds. Are your wounds getting better? Are they cleaned out? And she knew that I knew that it was cancer. We never talked about it. And every day I said, do you want me to visit you again? Come and see me tomorrow. Always tomorrow. in a hope that tomorrow I can talk about it. She didn't say that, but she said it in an implicit way. I visited her every single day, including weekends. Every day she wore a bigger layer of makeup. At the last day of her life, I saw her, she looked like a clown. She had, a clown face with a masquerade like you've never seen. Her whole table was full of 100 rouge and the blue and the purple of the eyes. I don't know what you call that. Stuff like you wouldn't believe it. And I must have looked at her kind of shocked because she really looked grotesque. And I'm a bad actress. And my mouth must have opened when I saw her face. And she saw this immediately. And she said, Dr. Ross, I guess I don't need that anymore. And I said, no. With great compassion, not with knocking her, I just said, no, you don't need that anymore. And she took her arm and she tossed all the makeup bottles over on the table. That was the last time I saw her. When I left was the only day she said, you come again tomorrow. I said, I'm very proud of you that you were able to drop this. But I really said, I'm glad that you were able to drop this masquerade, that you're able to face it. An hour later, she died. And this is the only woman I remember of all these years, of a woman who kept her denial to like an hour before she died.
That is amazing.
But she never used the word cancer, and I didn't have to use it. When she was ready, she knew I'm ready, and it was done very elegantly, I thought. After the denial, they drop it, and then they become nasty patients. Mainly angry, furious sometimes. They're angry at the doctor for not having diagnosed it earlier. They're angry at the husband for not having picked up the symptoms. They spit out their anger at everybody and everywhere. And they're very difficult to handle. But instead of telling them you're an ungrateful watchman, call it, you let them ventilate their anger. And you say something to the effect, I would be angry too to be 30 years old and have 3 little children and to be that sick. Something like this, I would say. And I pour fuel in the fire. And they get their anger out and they literally bitch. And they're nasty. But they feel very grateful that you don't knock them, that you don't say, well, if you're that kind of a nasty patient, you shouldn't be surprised if the nurse takes half an hour to respond to your call. You understand? So you help them to ventilate their anger. And their anger is displayed at God, at the doctors, at everybody. And then when they have an acceptable way to express their anger, which does not only have to do with their cancer or their illness, but all the anger people have bottled up their lifelong.
Yes.
And then, when they're able to get that done, then there is a temporary truce. Patients become very easy, very manageable. I wanted to say very civil. They are wonderful with the nurses, with the doctors, with the kitchen. The kitchen also gets it, the anger. The food is lousy, they throw the food at the dietitian and stuff. Very often, very justified, but everything is mixed. In the bargaining is a temporary truce. It suddenly dawns on them, if I bargain with God, I can get the reprieve. And they say, I go to church every Sunday if you make me well enough to live long enough until the children go out of school, until they graduate high school, for example. And they promise God everything. What they promise, they do not keep. You have to know that ahead of time. So you have no expectations. Because the minute the children get out of school, they had a quick other prayer until they get married. When they get married, until I'm a grandmother. And this goes on and on and on. And you don't rub that in. You know that from experience. You let them bargain because this is a chance for the family members and staff to help them finish old unfinished business. The last chance. Once they have done that, they go into depression, which is a very justifiable depression. They mourn that they can't plant their garden in the spring now. They can't hold a job. They can't come home with a salary. Or a woman who can't do the laundry anymore that she used to do every week. All the losses they have experienced already, and we call that the little deaths. And they want to talk about it, and they have to talk about it. And if they have staff that gets irritable and impatient, you said that 1,000 times already, you don't help them. You again pure fuel in the fire and add whatever they have forgotten. And the more you can do that, the more they can get rid of the grief over things they have lost already. And then they get into a very silent grief period. And that is what we call a preparatory grief. They look in the future and begins to dawn on them that they're in the process of losing everything they have loved. And that is silent. They don't talk about it anymore. And patients usually want to see the business acquaintance once more, then no more. Then they put the sign up, no visitors, please, or check with the nurse. Then they want to see the children one more time, then no more. And then at the end, just a mate, maybe one or two special friends. And that's the time when they stop eating. And the nursing staff comes in and says, Mr. Smith, you haven't touched your breakfast. Why don't you eat? How will you ever get strong? When Mr. Smith knows in his intuitive quadrant that he doesn't need to be strong anymore, that he doesn't matter if he's 10 pounds more or 10 pounds less, and he doesn't want to eat anymore. And if we help to respect where patients are at, not where we want them to be, then we can help them in this, what the psychiatrists call decathexis, letting go, and be in control of whatever if they want to eat, if they want to drink something, once in a while they need something to drink so they're not so dehydrated, but they don't want life-prolonging procedures, and they don't want you to have the respirator ready in the hallway, and they don't want another kidney dialysis because they're beginning to hallucinate. If you can hear where the patient is at, then you can help them. You keep them pain-free and comfortable, and they are in charge what it is they want to prolong their life. Sometimes during the Vietnam War, parents wanted to stay alive long enough until the son came home. Then when they had a reunion, they died very quickly, in peace. So you help them just long enough to fulfill an unfinished business, is to hug a son once more, for example.
My mother was an interesting illustration of that. She hung on out in Ohio till I could get out to the hospital, and we had a very wonderful talk and many other things, and then she died the next day.
Yeah, that's dying with dignity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most appropriate death you can help somebody with. And then they reach a stage of acceptance. Acceptance is not I'm thrilled to bits and happy. It means no unfinished business. And to die with dignity and in character. Like my first example, this woman who belonged to this religious sect died literally in dignity because she was allowed to keep her front, never to admit that she came to the hospital for a cancer. And I helped her to do that. If somebody has been enraged and angry, an angry, nasty man, he wants to die angry. He revolts against it. If you help such a man to die with dignity, you help him be angry and die in his rage and anger. I must say that very few of my patients, at most 1%, died not in a stage of acceptance, because it takes very little to help them over the next mountain. Old people in the nursing homes in America very often die in a stage of resignation.
Yes.
And that is bitterness. What's the use? They're unhappy living, and they're unhappy and afraid of dying. And that is because they were never allowed to be angry. They were never allowed to share their grief. And they were told they perseverate, they repeat themselves all the time, and it's miserable to die with resignation.
Well, how prevalent is that fear of dying among all of these?
The fear of dying has changed dramatically in the last 30 years. 30 years, when I started this work, the fear was enormous. I mean, people didn't even want to talk about it. Look at our funeral practices, which is a reflection of our fear of dying, which is all a reflection of our unfinished business. They have gorgeous makeup in their casket, they have to sleep on silk pillows, they have to wear right fitted shoes like they go wandering into the hills. I mean, you spend a fortune on a mahogany casket. Why not put them in a simple pine box and put them in the ground? It's all because they were stingy and thrifty all life long. You think you can make up by spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to cover up your guilt for what you have not done during a lifetime. So once people accept death as part of life and the natural part of life, then nobody is hesitant to put them in a pine box and sing some songs and bring some flowers and make a nice, I want to say flower bed, and make it natural. You don't need all this stuff. We have reached thousands and thousands of people with our life-death transition workshops, where we help them get rid of unfinished business. And the fear of death is much less prevalent now than 30 years ago. And if you have no unfinished business from your own life, then you're not afraid of dying, because you have no more anxiety, you have no more repressed rage and anger, you have no more unshed tears that have to come out. When you're dying, you have no old, sticking, clinging, unfinished business that prevents you to let go. And if you work with dying children, I use my butterfly cocoon. Children are only afraid to be buried. And when you tell them that you only bury the cocoon, the butterfly is gone already, then you can take any child, any age, to a funeral, and they are the least ones who are sobbing and crying and clinging to the casket. People who have no unfinished business are not afraid of death. Period. It's as simple as that. But you also have to understand that the stages of dying, as it is called nowadays, have nothing to do with dying. Any loss, if you lose your husband of 25 years, if your house burns down, anything you've loved, you lose. If you lose your vision and you suddenly become blind, it doesn't have to be death. Any loss, people react with the same kind of stages. I learned the stages of dying from working with parents who expected a healthy child. And then they were told your child appears to be blind. And they're total denial. They went with this child everywhere. And then, very, very dim vision, maybe totally blind, maybe. Then they went through anger and rage. Why didn't the doctor tell me that there is a probability of having a defective child? This was the day before genetic engineering.
Yes.
Then later in the bargaining, if my child can be educated at least and earn a living when I'm no longer around, they go through all the same stages. And I learned it at the Lighthouse for the Blind, not from dying patients.
That's very interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
And you must also know that all the families who are close to terminally ill patients go through the same stages.
That's my understanding, yes.
And the staff who dare to be close to a patient, not this professional detachment, which is for the birds, will go through the same stages. And the art of working with dying patients is that you help the ones who limp behind. Because when they're out of phase and one is still in denial and the patient is already in a stage of depression, then there is no communication. They're totally on different wavelengths.
Yes.
And so I always tell nursing staff, social workers, doctors, clergy, check who limps behind. Those are the family members you have to help the most. If you have no time to visit the patient, visit the wife, who is way behind, and help her to catch up with her husband. And when they hit the same wavelength, it is wonderful. Then you have practically nothing to do but pure fuel in the fire and help them to communicate.
So not all people go through these stages of denial and on down. Some skip and move down into acceptance, for example.
If you have people who have gone through a lot of windstorms in their life, a lot of hardships, a lot of anguish, lots of suffering, they have gone through the stages of dying 1,000 times in their life. The more often they have gone, I call it, through the windstorms of life, the quicker and easier the resolve, step after step after step. People who have been pampered, who have been raised in greenhouses, same temperature, same everything, they have a heck of a time. That's why I always tell people, don't pamper your child. Let them go through the windstorms of life. It may be tough now, but later in life there will be more windstorms and tougher ones, and they will be prepared for them.
Well, after all this observance through the years, have you become on the side of choice in dying? Let's say here's a person in unbearable pain, and they are terminal, and they're going through this unbearable pain that it will be maybe 2, 3, 5 years of such pain.
No, totally does not exist. Our cancer patients are full of metastasis. We can keep them pain-free with MSG, given orally, not by injection, and can keep them comfortable, so comfortable that you can take them home to stay on the farm and look over their farm and have their dog at their feet and live. This was true 15 years ago, when they only had morphium injections or injections for pain, which made them pain-free but dopey, so they can't communicate with anybody anymore. This is no longer necessary. Medicine has made so many advances with pain medication now that you can keep your patients comfortable and pain-free, relatively pain-free.
And then you look at the inability to do the thing perhaps that you came here to do, and you can no longer do it. Let's use an illustration that here's a person who was a tremendous concert pianist, and he had a stroke and he's paralyzed now, and he can't even move his hands or arms or anything. He can't even move his head.
Yes.
So he can't do what he came and did all his life anymore.
That means he did that enough, and now he has to learn that he's still a valuable, beloved human being without concerts. If his self-esteem is only attached to his performance, then he has not learned self-love as a human being.
But suppose he's one who really doesn't have to have an audience. This is something that he does in and for himself.
If he has it in his soul, he does not need to move his fingers anymore.
But he thinks he does.
Yeah, but that's his problem that he has to learn.
But he's
Tough
not
love is very hard to practice, but you learn it when you work with dying patients.
I assume so, but I say this is the question of how do we then help a patient get through these realizations is what I'm trying to say.
I would play his own music. I would say, lie in bed, visualize something that you love, a waterfall, the landscape, your garden, whatever it is, and indulge. This is the fruit of your own labor.
But He's bored with that. He knows all about that. It's the new thing that he wants to do that he can't do.
Yeah, he can do that in his next life. If he has done
right.
enough,
That's right.
if he has contributed enough in this life, he has enough to think about in his memories that he has contributed. He will be totally satisfied.
That's right. That's what I'm getting at. And when a person reaches that total satisfaction, that's when I say I think they have that right. To me, they have that right to say, it's been nice, goodbye, and go. Take the family, friends, and loved ones, and if they understand the way that terminal really feels, surely and calmly, they should join him in it, should they not? Have a goodbye party, and he goes.
In the old days, this used to be true. An old Eskimo, for example, was so intuitive and so spiritually alert and open that they knew and sensed immediately, this is my last day of my life, my last week. They cooked and baked for a week. They sent invitations out all over Alaska. Everybody came, they had a feast together, and after the meal, that person would wrap up and walk out into the ice and found an hour later dead.
Mm-hmm.
That was a natural death, not a suicide. They listened to their intuitive quadrant.
That's right. And then what can we do to help these people who are dying with the system that we're putting together? What specifically can we do?
You have to listen to what questions they have, what unfinished business they have that they need to work on. And you also have to give them instructions what to do when they leave their physical body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of my specialties.
Mm-hmm.
They have to focus on the light, not to be sidetracked by all the psychic stuff, which is very two-sided. What do you call it? The two-sided sword?
Double-edged sword.
Double-edged
sword.
Sword.
Yes.
You tell them to look back at their life and see if they have anybody or anything that they have not forgiven, that they have unfinished business, so to say. If they have thanked everybody that has ever been a light in their darkness. Anybody, from a cleaning woman to a neighbor that they never said thank you. Anybody, and do that themselves. They can do that in their thought processes.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
And if they have thanked everybody and forgiven everybody and they feel inside that they're at peace, then I begin to prepare them for the next road, into the other life. And they need to know that life continues.
Very much.
That dying is only a shedding of the physical body and transition into a different form of existence. You have no need for food, no need for rest, no need for sleep.
That's right.
And everything is total love and
right.
peace and compassion and understanding.
Yes.
All the things you very rarely have in the physical.
Well, the thing that is so prevalent in mine is that there are so many options after that post-mortem.
Yes, you can go to a music school, you can study architecture,
all sorts of things you can
you
do.
can study all the galaxies.
But as I say, these are options that are that become very apparent.
Yes.
Once you in turn take this intellect with you when you move into this other state of being. And one of the things that bemuses me within our civilization is how very, very few of the options that are available to us after we depart here are known in our civilization.
Yeah.
It's astounding how few of them are known. That's why this thing we've been doing for the last year and a half, this Lifelines, is so successful. It's because people have a way station that they can go and lie around or sit around and
goof off.
And recuperate. And they take their intellect with them and their spirituality, and they mix it up, do all sorts of things. It's utterly, utterly fascinating. Now, what we are doing is making a mix that will take them so that they know that 27's available to them.
Yeah.
And they can go visit to start with until they get it all nicely set up, or they like the reality of it. And then one day they can say, well, thanks a lot, friends. Time to go. And they can, and all the friends and family will know about that same thing and will understand it.
Yeah. And the nice thing, you can do things that you were never capable of doing here.
Right. Absolutely.
Like I want to go on a horseback,
Yeah.
like a wild colt, and jump over fences and through the fields and through the forests. Something I was always dreaming of since I'm a little girl. I've never been able to do it, and now I'm too old to do it.
Yes, I
That's one of the things I'm going to do on the other side.
All right, and you can.
Or to dance. I always wanted to dance.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wanted to dance with somebody I'm in love with.
There's a difference.
My husband never was a dancer. And I was never a teenager or a young kid who did those things in that time, because I was doing relief work in post-war Europe. So I missed that whole time between 17 and 27, you know, to be a young girl and live. That I want to catch up with. I've missed the whole period of my life to be in love and dance with somebody you love. I want to catch up with that. And that I will be capable of doing. So that kind of stuff you can do.
And the point is, that whole process of knowing how all of these things are available.
Yes.
And that freedom is a glorious, glorious thing.
I agree with you.
It's the type of thing that will then work to the best interests of many people to show that there are these aspects of it.
Yeah.
So
you
anyway,
need a certain evolution where you can do all those things. And since they listen to these tapes when they're still in their physical body, it is never too late to learn. My oldest woman who came to my life-death transition workshop was 104 years old. And in 1 week, she learned everything that she never learned in her 104 years of living. And she died the most appropriate death I've ever witnessed.
But I think it's going to be a lot of fun and fun is not quite the word.
It's exciting.
Exciting is a better word. To see how different types of people respond to this.
Yep.
And I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Charles Tart has been waiting patiently and with interest, I assume. Charlie, you've worked with many forms of altered states of consciousness. How does death fit into the picture? Just the ultimate state?
That seems like a funny question, since many people think that death is total annihilation, that there's no consciousness at all. So how could it be a state of consciousness? Actually, what we've learned from people who've had near-death experiences, though, is that it can be a very powerful state of consciousness as you approach death, and very likely death itself is a most interesting state.
Yes.
To really answer that, I have to say something about our ordinary state in order to make what I mean by altered states clearer. The ordinary state of consciousness that we live in every day, or normal consciousness, is not actually just natural. It's a construction that's built up to live in our particular societal reality. It's quite good at handling all sorts of ordinary tasks, but on the other hand, it's not very good for dealing with questions of very deep meaning, what life is all about.
Yes.
Our culture is quite strange, actually, because most cultures throughout the world have understood that we have to get into some sort of altered state of consciousness in order to deal with deep meaning questions. But our culture devalues any kind of altered states. We could, for instance, actually learn something from our dreams if we paid careful attention to them and cultivated them. But our society teaches us that dreams are not important, that we have to hurry and get up and get out there and do something profitable. We could learn something from various kind of meditative practices for altering our consciousness. And I don't necessarily mean anything fancy here, but just getting into the habit of sitting quietly and reflectively. But we don't get much encouragement. And that way we miss a great deal that we could learn about ourselves.
Yes.
The sort of things we could learn about ourselves often aren't expressible in everyday language or in scientific language.
What does home mean to you?
You can think of the homeland as something to do with our existence both before birth and after death. And that this homeland, this spiritual state, this non-body state is glorious and yet somehow lacking something. That we need some kind of training, some kind of learning, and that our physical world is a good place to get it. It's easy to forget this mission in today's life, though. We get so distracted by everyday life we fall into a sleep. But it's never too late to remember that we are something greater, that we have a mission. And impending death can be a very good reminder of this.
Yes.
What's this mission? Well, the mission is something about doing needed things in this life, not necessarily things that are called success in ordinarily worldly terms, but needed things. But the mission is also something about remembering that you're more than this life and that you have a mission. Well, if you're close to death, you have a chance to do that now, and so go on to the next phase of existence enriched in some way, ripened in some way. Well, I went from my scientist role to tell you there is something quite grand that's possible here. So, at the very least, it's a gateway into something much greater than we imagine.
Most people don't like to talk about death or even to acknowledge that it happens to everyone. Why do they fear death so deeply?
I think we really fear death and don't like to talk about it because our society has taken the meaning, the nobility, the spirituality out of our life. We live in a time when materialism is a dominant philosophy, where there's been a wholesale destruction of religious faith in so many people. And this destruction has been done in the name of science, and some of it was necessary. There are some superstitions and nonsense associated with religions, but actually it's been poorly done science. It's gone too far. Materialism is just reaches too far to try to explain everything. It's reduced life to a desperate struggle for exclusively material rewards. Death, of course, reminds us of the futility of that struggle. There's nothing wrong with having nice material things, of course. It's just that they don't satisfy the deep part of us. And if we get exclusively involved in going for those material rewards, we ignore that deep part of us at our peril. There is a real spiritual part to us, even if it's been heavily denied. So we haven't been taught how to contact that deep part. We get lost in the surfaces, in the hurly-burly of everyday life, in materialism or shallow religious beliefs. And that cuts us off from something vital. We get confused. We lose contact with part of ourself. And when you're confused, when you're lost, when you're dissatisfied, it's easy to be afraid. And when you're afraid and confused, it's also very easy to start clinging to the only thing you know, your physical life, even if it's unsatisfactory. The problem, of course, is that clinging won't work. We all inevitably die. So, since we can't work that clinging, since we can't hold on to ordinary life, why not let go and open up to new realities? That's the interesting part about this Going Home program. There are some realistic fears about death, of course. No one likes pain or losing power about ordinary things. Modern medicine should be able to handle pain quite well, though. I think people should complain bitterly to their doctors, actually, if they're not getting adequate pain medication, because it can be done. But primarily, we should take the imminence of death as a reminder that there's no point in struggling to hold on to life, and we should open up to this new, greater self of ours. That makes it an adventure. That makes it a challenge.
Well, don't religious beliefs help erase these fears?
Belief is a funny word here when you ask that. You know, sometimes when we say belief, it refers to really deep convictions that you've arrived at through your own experience in life, and those kind of beliefs form the bedrocks of your life. But often belief means things we're supposed to believe, things that are socially approved for us to believe, and we hold on to them because we want to fit in. But that kind of belief is often quite shallow. It's not really supported by your own experience, and it may actually be contradicted by your own experience.
That's very interesting, isn't it?
So most people's religious beliefs often are held on to desperately to avoid fear of what we don't know, and yet they're shallow in some sense. They don't really reflect life experience. So religious beliefs do indeed help reduce the fear of death for those people whose beliefs are really deep convictions. But for too many people in modern life, their beliefs are too fragile, too restrictive, too shallow. They don't really reflect anything deep that you can hold on to. So when you're dying, of course, you have an opportunity to give up beliefs and opens up. Certainly there isn't a great deal of social pressure to believe in a certain kind of way and conform in a certain kind of way. You do have a certain degree of license with the imminence of death, so you can explore, open up, look at things anew. And psychologically, I think this is actually very healthy, because this deep part of us has always wanted to look at more, to go beyond the everyday world, to question things we've taken for granted, and see what's really there. This makes the dying process a real opportunity for something deep and vital within yourself.
I understand some religious beliefs promote eagerness for death.
Well, I don't think any religious systems promote an eagerness for death per se. What they do promote is an eagerness for an expansion of the mind, for discovering who you really are, for discovering from your own experience that you are a spiritual being whose existence goes much beyond our ordinary physical life. So death may be the final opportunity to do that, but there's nothing wrong with using life to the maximum extent to learn to increase your intelligence, to learn to be more effective, to learn to love. So many spiritual traditions then don't have a fear of death. They see it as one more opportunity in this learning cycle. But no, I don't think it's an eagerness for death per se, but it's not a fear of death either. It's more of a balance. Death is simply seen as an inevitable and natural part of life, and like all parts of life, you can use it to help discover your deeper self.
Charlie, what do you think the going home process can do for people?
The going home process can do quite a few things for people. The particular things it ends up doing depends partly on how well the user opens up to it, partly on circumstances beyond our immediate control, and partly on what sort of plans a person's deeper self has for this, because you are getting into something deeper than just what you consciously decide to do. So to answer the question about these possibilities, I think I'll talk about it at several levels, each one more profound than the last. On the first and most basic level, we have to face the fact that the way most modern people die is stupid. It's undignified, it's often unnecessarily horrible, and it simply doesn't need to happen that way. The problem is that modern medical people think of death as a failure of their efforts, and somehow that gets communicated to the dying patient, that doctors don't really want to deal with them, that the doctors are uncomfortable, and that gives you a negative feeling about yourself. Sometimes doctors lie about your prospects, and that doesn't help you to use your resources in the best way either. Now, of course, it's easy to get mad at medical people, but remember that they're not really trained to deal with dying people adequately. They have the same problems as the rest of us do, but when we could educate them, that helps. So modern care for the dying often consists of unnecessary medical procedures designed to prolong life at any cost, no matter what it does to your dignity, no matter how expensive it is, whether it's effective or not. And then, too, care often consists basically of distracting people, drugging them up more than is necessary to get rid of pain, and running the TV constantly with old grade B movies. At the very least, then, at this minimal level, the going home program can give you something a lot more interesting to do than to be stupefied and watched in grade B movies day in and day out. It can remind you that you are a being, that you have a mind, that you can have purposes, and that you can explore your mind and find it interesting. It can keep the dying process from being so stupid and boring. And if that's all that the going home process does, I think that's a wonderful thing for people to be able to have. On a deeper level, the going home process can quite specifically make it easier for you to relax, make it easier for you to get good restful sleep, to deal with pain more effectively. And all of those are quite useful gifts, of course. Now, on the more profound levels, the going home process can open you up to experiencing various altered states of consciousness. We are much more than our ordinary consciousness. The resources of the human mind are absolutely incredible. My research has shown that again and again and again. To have this as even an idea, as a possibility, is extremely useful. To begin to actually experience it, to have personal experience with how much more we are, is very liberating, very interesting, and very freeing. Also, specifically, the experience of altered states of consciousness helps it really become clear to you that you are more than your body, that you're not just a physical body that's now running down, wearing out, dying, that you are a mind that has incredible potentials. Well, I think these are some quite marvelous things the going home process can do, and some of the other things it may do in terms of easing your transition beyond death. I don't even really feel very qualified as a scientist to speculate on them. But I think there's some real possibilities that it can do things like that.
Well, after the fear is dissolved of the coming event, how do you think this will affect the emotional and other ties to this particular lifespan?
This training series can have quite profound effects on how you deal with the rest of life problems before you actually leave. If you think about it, one of our main problems in ordinary life is that we're too intense. We want too much and we don't want too much. We grasp at things, we reject things, and we put so much intensity into that. I mean, psychological findings as well as the world's spiritual traditions have shown that we could avoid so much suffering if we had a lighter grip on life, if we didn't make ourselves suffer so much over every little thing that we don't get when we want it, or every little thing we have to experience when we don't want it. To grasp more lightly, to learn to let things go, is very important. Now, if you think of death as a failure, so that you're not going to be able to finish out your life, if you think of death as a total end with nothing of any consequence beyond it, then the stress of not having your life work out perfectly goes up and you tend to grasp even harder.
Yes.
But the Going Home program can give you this direct experiential understanding that you are more than just your body, that your mind is indeed something quite fantastic. And once you get that perspective, then you can deal with your few remaining life tasks with an open hand, with a more relaxed and spacious attitude. And a lot of your life problems can be resolved so much more easily and naturally when you have the spaciousness of having learned that you are indeed much more than your body.
Now, you are a scientist by training, a psychologist, and you've looked into the taboo areas of the mind a lot and the frontiers of human consciousness. Is there any good scientific evidence that we might survive death?
I have spent much of my scientific career looking at what you call taboo areas, things like these tremendous changes in mental functioning that we call altered states, and things like parapsychology, where the human mind does things that simply don't fit with an understanding that the mind is nothing but the body. And the result of more than 25 years of investigations has indeed convinced me that you can make out a quite good scientific case that some part of us does indeed survive death, a very interesting part. Now, someone once asked me for a quick summary of what all this research has shown, and what I came up with was to say that I really won't be surprised if, after I die, perhaps followed by a temporary period of unconsciousness, that I regain consciousness, that I still exist in some form. On the other hand, I'll be surprised if I regain consciousness and stay that way. That is, I'll be surprised if I stay exactly the way I am if I don't begin to change in some kind of fashion. We have lots of scientific evidence that the mind can do things that the body and the brain can't do. Many, many people have experienced some kind of telepathy, knowing what other people think, have experienced knowledge of things happening at a distance that you couldn't know by any other means, what we call clairvoyance. Some have even experienced knowing the future when there's no rational way of predicting it.
Yes.
Now, just those three alone tell you that our ordinary understanding of the world and the human beings, thinking of them as just material, is much too limited. We go much beyond that. There's even a fourth kind of psychic ability that's been well validated in scientific research, and that's psychokinesis, where our minds can sometimes affect the actual state of physical matter. All of these show that the mind is much more than the body. Now, we've also had some specific investigation of whether the mind can survive death. This has not been quite as conclusive as the rest of it. It involves using spiritualist mediums and often getting material that's hard to evaluate. And there's been some stuff with reincarnation cases also, none of which is really absolutely conclusive in any sense, because it's dealing with one of the most complex questions of existence. Who are you and how much of that survives? But there's enough that, as I say, I won't be too surprised if I regain consciousness after death. But I do think there will be changes. That's why learning to get in touch with these other qualities of mind, with these altered states of consciousness, is, I think, a good preparation for death, something that will probably be of benefit to us, even if we can't quite prove that now.
You know, one of the largest areas our science and civilization does not seem to be generally aware of is the death wish. Not the one we've been covering, but the unconscious wish or need that rises deep within some of us, so deep we don't even realize it. There is a lot of suspicion that this deep death wish may be the chief cause of many major illnesses, for reasons we would not understand. But the concept might explain why some of us become terminal cases. If one dysfunction doesn't do the job, another is contracted, and maybe still another, until the transition takes place. Consciously, the patient can't explain it, and usually doesn't try, which may be a clue. I had a friend who went through the sequence. First, he had a stroke and recovered completely in 8 weeks. 6 months later, he came up with abdominal cancer, which was inoperable. In spite of all medical treatment, he was gone in 2 months. Our hindsight discovery provided a good reason. He had spent all of his life building a reputable business, and it was failing because of friends he had trusted. Another was much more obscure. A 70-year-old man retired from a career that had begun when he was 15. He was jovial and seemingly happy, a pleasant wife, children and grandchildren. He seemed completely relaxed, yet he came up with a heart attack 6 months later. That didn't do it, so he died with pneumonia a year later. The only thing that kept him around, for a while anyway, after he died, was the weekly poker game. It was there he proved he was still attending by manipulating the cards. But that didn't last but a month or two, and he was gone. Before he finally left for good, he reported that he had accomplished what he came for, including winning at cards. Can you change that kind of deep death wish? We may postpone it by treatment, but not forever. To me, it's a natural part of the experience of being human. The question is there a way we can recognize it and act accordingly? Among the many possibilities, perhaps the Going Home Project may prove the answer, or at least provide it. Thank you, Charlie, and you, Elisabeth, for helping put it together.
Thank you.
Welcome to the series of exercises that we call Going Home. Going Home is designed to provide help for those who are in the last phases of physical human existence. This segment is basically an introduction to the technology that makes Going Home so successful. Going Home uses specific patterns of sound called Hemi to help create various stages of consciousness as may be desired. This portion is a demonstration of how these sounds are produced. To begin, lie back, close your eyes, and just breathe slowly and deeply. Now we will introduce a single clear tone in one ear. you'll notice that the tone is steady in pitch and in volume. Now we'll fade this tone out and replace it with the second tone in your other ear. You'll notice that this tone also is steady in pitch and in volume. Now we will add the first sound again in your other ear. What you consciously hear is a wavering or a change of volume from ear to ear. Actually, the wavering is not taking place. It's not really on the recording. It's the result of your brain processing the difference in frequencies between the two signals, and that difference is too low for the human ear to actually perceive. But in this form, the brain does receive it and puts it to use. It's called a binaural beat frequency. Going Home uses this method of sound patterns to help induce desired electrical brainwave patterns for whatever purpose you desire. Such sound patterns are derived from actual brainwave frequencies, gathered through many years of research, and converted into audio signals. Thus, specific signals are introduced to achieve various different results. The use of these specially designed sounds along with your conscious desire will lead your brain into a state that we call hemispheric synchronization, or hemisync. Hemisync is a high state of response generated by you in the electrical wave patterns of your left and right brain hemispheres, with significant increases in amplitude or power. Hemisync transforms your brain power from the incoherent and out-of-phase radiation typical of a light bulb and into the powerful, focused radiation typical of a laser beam. So relax now as we add music and other hemisync patterns to what you're hearing. I'll be back in touch with you shortly. I'm going to count now from 10 down to 1. And when I reach the count of 1, you'll be wide awake both physically and mentally, feeling rested and relaxed. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. You'll be wide awake and rested when I reach the count of 1. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, you're wide awake and ready to move into your going home exercises. This completes your demonstration.
Well, here we are at the starting point, the entrance to a new beginning, a program of self-control change we call going home. It represents a totally new way to express the full range of your mental, emotional, and physical self. It teaches a way to access the boundless energy that is you and to apply it for achieving greater vitality, insight, joy, and conscious self-evolution, all under your control. To start, close your eyes. Then move your body into a comfortable position so that there is the least stress or strain. You can lie on your back, on your side, or prone, whichever is best for you. Do this now. First, with your eyes closed, think of your security repository box, the one you have designed or selected. Get it clear in your mind. Now raise the heavy lid of your repository box and place in the box anything you're feeling that may interfere or get in the way during this exercise. Put in it any worries or fears or anger or ache or pain, any thought that will get in the way of your going to sleep. Put these all in your security repository box. Do this now. Now close the lid on your repository box, close it tightly, and turn away. Turn away from your box, putting it behind you. Put it behind you and relax. And now, as I count slowly from 1 to higher numbers, the Hemi sound will change so that you can relax more and more and then move easily into natural, normal, restful sleep. The higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. I'm going to start now. 2. Your feet. Look with your closed eyes at each foot and each toe, and tell the muscles and nerves in your feet and toes to relax. Let go. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. 3. Your legs. Look with your closed eyes up and down each leg from your ankles up through your hips, and tell each nerve and each muscle to relax. Let go. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. 4. Your lower body, from just below your chest down to your hips, and tell each muscle and nerve to relax. Let go. Sleep. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. 5. Your upper body, from your diaphragm to your shoulders, Look with your closed eyes at your lungs and heart and tell each muscle and each nerve to relax. Let go. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. Six, your arms and hands. Look with your closed eyes at each part of each arm, at each hand and each finger. Tell each nerve and muscle to relax. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. Seven, your shoulders and your neck. Look with your closed eyes at each shoulder and your neck, and say to each nerve and each muscle, relax. Let go. Let nerve signals from each become less and less. Eight, your spine. Look up and down your back and say to each nerve and each muscle, relax. Let go. Sleep. Let the nerve signals from them become less and less. Nine, your head and scalp. Look with your closed eyes at the muscles and nerves in each. Tell them to relax. Let go. Let the nerve signals from each become less and less. Ten, the muscles and nerves in every part of your face. Tell each part to relax. Let go. Let each nerve signal from them become less and less. Now you are much more relaxed. Much more. Let this total body relaxation flow into your brain in all parts, and your mind relaxes more and more. More relaxed, more rested. Where your mind is awake and your physical body is moving into restful sleep. Mind awake, body asleep. Now I will count to higher numbers. And with each higher number, you can relax more and more. Let your mind drift off easily into normal, natural, deep and comfortable sleep. You can move into deep sleep whenever you desire. I'm going to start counting now. 11. Relax. Let go. Sleep. 12. Let go. Sleep. 13. Let go. Sleep. 14. Sleep. 15. Relax. Let go. Sleep. 16. Seventeen. 18. 19. 20. 20. I am going to count now from 20 down to 1. As I do, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 10 with mind bright and awake and body still asleep. You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you have in your mind, anything that may get in the way of your relaxation. When you have them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Now I will help you reinforce the relaxation process to 10, where your mind remains awake, but your physical body is comfortably asleep. Let yourself follow. Just remember, the higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 10. Mind awake, physical body asleep. Now that you are relaxed, deeply relaxed, and your mind is free to wander, free to roam, feel in your mind as I reach for your hand to get up and walk with me, easily and freely, easily in the feeling of your mind. You are sitting up now on the edge of where you were lying down. It feels good. Now you are standing up, and we will walk out through the door and down the stairs. It's a beautiful day to go flying. Feel the gentle wind in your face, the warm sun, the blue sky with the white towers of clouds. Wouldn't it be nice to play around in the clouds? Let's walk out to the field, and maybe we can find a way to get up there. You feel calm and comfortable, just easy walking. The fresh air, the soft breeze, the warm sun. Look, you see the boy on the motorcycle? Yes. Let's stand here and watch. You see, he's having a good time. He was laughing, as if someone was chasing him. And there it is. You see another boy, but he's on a horse. You see, it's just a game, playing tag with a motorcycle and a horse. Wait, you see something else in the game. Yes, a dog, a big brown dog. They're having fun, and you feel good, and you want to have fun too. You walk with me over this way. I think we'll find what we want. You look to your right, you see this big green bird on the tree branch. He knows how to fly. We go up and come close to it. It looks at you. You ask him how it feels to fly. He understands you. You ask him. He tells you it's a lot more fun than walking. You ask him what his name is. Willie. That's a funny name for a bird, isn't it? He says he wants you to go flying with him. You tell him you can't. He says you can. You tell him that you don't have wings. You have just your mind. He tells you that's all you need, just your mind. Tell him you don't know how to do it, but you're learning. You walk with me and perhaps we can find what we're looking for. There, over by the trees, an airplane. That will help us fly. Let's go over there. One is going to fly now, small airplane. And you can see it clearly, all white with a bright blue dot on its tail. You think how nice it is to fly, even in a small airplane. You feel more free in the small ones. There, a helicopter. You see, a helicopter waiting in the grass. It's all white too. That is what you need to get up in the clouds. A whirlybird, a chopper. Let's go get in. You sit back and relax and let the chopper raise you up into the clouds. You look out and down, and the field is getting smaller and smaller. Not fast, but slowly. And you can see all the green fields all at one time. Now you look out the front, gently rolling green fields one after another. And farther back, a road with cars moving on it. And you are moving higher and higher. Over far in the distance, you can see a large city. Now everything you see becomes smaller and smaller. And you move up, more and more. You're up higher than the birds, far higher. And now you can see in the far distance a row of sharp mountains. You feel calm and good. And now just above you, there are the huge white cotton balls of clouds, so bright and inviting. Now you're right beside one of the big clouds, so soft, white, pure white. Your mind is free, so you can fly in the clouds. You can soar like a bird. But you don't need wings. All you need is your clear mind, and you have that. You can fly free because your mind is free. The door outside is opening, and you slide out easily. And you're floating softly, easily, and calmly, just beside the huge white cloud. Now you're moving around the edge of the soft cloud. You can go faster and faster because it's your mind. You control exactly what you do. You speed up. You go higher and higher. Now you're on top of the cloud with the bright blue way over you. Now you turn and dive down into the cloud, and it's all gray. Gray mist rushing past you, faster and faster. Now you dive out the bottom of the cloud into the clear air, and you know you're free. Your mind is free. Ahead of you are big rows of great cloud towers, bright white on the sunny side, gray on the shady side. In between, you see a bright rainbow at the edge of the cloud, between the sunlight and the shade. Sharp, living colors, and you're free. Free to go bathe in the rainbow. Play in the cloud. Play in the cloud towers. Fly free. Go now. Now you will go back. Go back. And because you know your mind is free, you can fly where and how you desire. But you need to go back now. Down. 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 Now the white clouds are above you, higher and higher as you go back down. More, more. Now you are over the field, still moving down. Now you step slowly onto the field and move back to where you started. Back to where you started, across the field. And there's your big green bird. He said, "You see, you didn't need wings. All it took was your mind." He says he'll fly with you the next time. Now there's the door, and you can go back up the stairs where you started. Now you can sit down, back down, lie back down exactly where you started, exactly where you started. You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. We call this remove and release, a way and means to offload physical, emotional, and other restraints that are not needed and hold you back. To prepare for this, turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you have in your mind, anything that may get in the way of your relaxation. When you have them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Now I will help you reinforce the relaxation process to 10, where your mind remains awake but your physical body is comfortably asleep. Let yourself follow. Just remember, the higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mind awake, physical body asleep. In your deep relaxation, you can unload thoughts, emotions, and feelings that get in the way of your clear remembering. Turn now to your security repository box. Turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid just a little. Just enough to remove one item you have placed in it. Just one. Do this now. Now let go of it. Let go and push it. Let it float up and away so that it will never disturb your mind again. Let go now. Now open your security repository box again just a little and pull out another, larger anxiety or concern you have placed in it. Do this now. Now let go of it. Let go and push it. Let it float up and away so that it will never disturb your mind again. Let go now. Now open your security repository box again, just a little, and pull out another, still larger anxiety or concern you have placed in it. Do this now. Now let go of it. Let go and push it. Let it float up and away so that it will never disturb your mind again. Let go now. Now open your security repository box again just a little and pull out another much larger anxiety or concern that you have placed in it. Now let go of it. Let go and push it. Let it float up and away so that it will never disturb your mind again. Let go now. Now close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. Now I will count to higher numbers, and with each higher number, you can relax more and more, and let your mind relax too. Let your mind drift off easily into normal, natural, deep, and comfortable sleep. You can move into deep sleep whenever you desire. I'm going to start counting now. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 20, 20, 20. As you sleep this normal sleep, your entire self will move to become completely balanced and equalized and full of calm, even energy. Your physical body will adjust and reduce any discomfort where needed, and maintain this pattern when you return to full physical waking consciousness. Your nervous system will operate clearly and evenly so as to convey signals quickly and accurately to and from your brain centers, smoothly and easily, calmly and serenely. Your emotional self will change and convert any energy so generated into helpful, constructive, and productive response throughout your physical body. Your mental self will perceive and understand all signals from your total self and put them into careful operation and expression in all parts of you, so as to bring into physical and other reality your true purpose and goals. As you sleep this normal sleep, your entire self will move to become completely balanced and equalized and full of calm, even energy. Your physical body will adjust and reduce any discomfort where needed, and maintain this pattern when you return to full physical waking consciousness. Your nervous system will operate clearly and evenly so as to convey signals quickly and accurately to and from your brain centers, smoothly and easily, calmly and serenely. Your emotional self will change and convert any energy so generated into helpful, constructive, and productive response throughout your physical body. Your mental self will perceive and understand all signals from your total self and put them into careful operation and expression in all parts of you, so as to bring into physical and other reality your true purpose and goals. As you sleep this normal sleep, your entire self will move to become completely balanced and equalized and full of calm, even energy. Your physical body will adjust and reduce any discomfort where needed, and maintain this pattern when you return to full physical waking consciousness. Your nervous system will operate clearly and evenly so as to convey signals quickly and accurately to and from your brain centers, smoothly and easily, calmly and serenely. Your emotional self will change and convert any energy so generated into helpful, constructive, and productive response throughout your physical body. Your mental self will perceive and understand all signals from your total self and put them into careful operation and expression in all parts of you, so as to bring into physical and other reality your true purpose and goals. now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you have in your mind, anything that may get in the way of your relaxation. When you have them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Now I will help you reinforce the relaxation process to 10, where your mind remains awake, but your physical body is comfortably asleep. Let yourself follow. Just remember, the higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mind awake, physical body asleep. Now for the next step in remembering how truly more you are than the physical limitations of your physical body. You can move deeper and deeper away from physical consciousness as I guide you. But now your mind will stay bright and awake. You can move to a state of expanded awareness beyond your physical knowledge so that you can let your physical body remain relaxed and asleep, and the messages from it become less and less important. It is a state of expanded awareness where you can perceive and remember that part of you that has been blocked by physical body signals. Remember just how more you are. I'm going to count now, and you can follow, saying the numbers in your mind. 11, 12, 12, 9, Now you perceive far more than the physical body nerve patterns. You feel and know signals and information that have been shut off by your physical senses. All of these are available to you now as you remember. Remember here at 12. Relax and remember. Remain calm and relaxed. I will join you again shortly. Now, so that you remember even more how much greater you are than your physical body, I will guide you to a state of expanded awareness where time does not exist. Where time does not exist. You will remember again in your mind how it feels to be completely free of the limits of time. Your body signals will be very soft, but your mind will be bright and alert. I'm going to count now, and you repeat the numbers in your mind. 13. 14. 15. 15. Where your mind is free to think and remember and be without concern as to time. Relax. Enjoy the freedom as you remember more. I will join you again shortly. Now, with your conscious self free of time restraints, I will guide you to the edge of material space, which you will soon remember, where you can think and remember all that you are and all that you have been. I will guide you now by counting to 21, and as I do, say the numbers in your mind to yourself. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, the edge of total freedom from time and space. Relax. Enjoy the near view of total freedom and stay calm as you perceive and remember. We will return now to full physical waking consciousness, slowly and easily, as I count from 20 back to 1. And as I count, repeat the numbers in your mind. With each lower number, you will become slowly and easily more aware of time and space and the activity of your physical body. I'm going to count now. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. You are in 15, back in the physical world, but still free of time. 14. 13. 12. 12. Now back in time and space, but your mind is still separate. You still remember what and who you are. 'Now counting back more. 11. 10. 10 with mind bright and awake and body still asleep. You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your repository box, your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you may have in your mind. When you've done this and put them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Lying back with your eyes closed, count slowly in your mind to 10. Go with the numbers. Now to 12. Count slowly in your mind from 10 to 12. Be with the numbers. Now to 15. Count in your mind from 12 to 15. Go to 15. Now move to 21. Count in your mind from 15 to 21. Go with the flow. 21, 21. The edge of total freedom from time and space, freedom from time and space. Relax. Enjoy the near view of total freedom and stay calm. Now that you remember more and more, we can take a tour, a visit beyond time and space, beyond time and space. As you perceive around you, you'll find a small light far over you, a small bright light. Look for it, and you'll find it easily. Move now calmly and easily toward the light, moving slowly through the area of 22, through a passageway to the other side of the loose and random thought of 22. Now you are into the light of 23, where those around you are completely free of the limitations and restrictions of the physical body. They have just begun to experience again the complete release from physical life patterns. Remember again how it feels to have this freedom. Now I will lead you on a short visit and tour through 24, 25, and 26, signposts for the many active states of being supported by human thought and belief while still active in the physical body, points of residence for those who so believe after the physical body has been released and discarded. Remember and explore if you desire any that seem important to you. 24. Here are those who followed simple religious beliefs and structures. Observe them if they are part of your remembering, and then I will help you move to focus 25. Now we will move to focus 25. 25, where you can perceive and experience and visit the points where many religious structures exist, where many, many humans have come after departing from their physical bodies. If you have a strong religious belief, you may be attracted to it and visit it if you so desire. I will call you and you will hear my voice and respond when we must move on to focus 26. Explore now and experience that which may attract you. We will move on to focus 26. You hear and respond to my voice and say 26 in your mind. Say 26 in your mind. move past the points of belief of 26 and on to 27. More through light. More and more. More and more. There is the center of 27. A quiet, temporary rest and recovery point for those who need recovery after the stress of complete release of the physical body. A point where the total self can become calm and relaxed before making decisions for future change. 27, created by human thought just for this purpose, long, long ago. 27, there is a center point. A beautiful park with trees, bushes, flowers, grassy plots, a running stream of water, walks with benches, and people of all kinds. It is a reception center, a way station, a temporary resting place where humans who have left their physical existence, who have not decided what they desire to do and be next, they can relax here, relax and gather their thoughts, and talk about it with new friends who are here in the park at 27. Move into the park and relax completely. Let your remembering flow strongly. I will call you when we need to return back deeply into time and space. Now we must move back again to the point where we started. Back into time-space. Back deep into time-space. Give thanks to those who may have helped you. And now you are moving up and away from the park of 27. Up and away. through 26, easily and surely. The location of many religious beliefs. Now moving back through focus 25, where the site of so many other religious beliefs are active. And through 24. Now through 23, easily and smoothly. And into the dark passageway through focus 22. 21. 21, back into physical space. Relax and remember what you have visited. We will return now to full physical waking consciousness, slowly and easily, as I count from 20 back to 1. And as I count, repeat the numbers in your mind. With each lower number, you will become slowly and easily more aware of time and space and the activity of your physical body. I'm going to count now. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. You are in 15, back in the physical world, but still free of time. 14. 13. 12. 12. Now back in time and space, but your mind is still separate. You still remember what and who you are. Now counting back more. 11. 10. 10 with mind bright and awake and body still asleep. 'You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your repository box, your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you may have in your mind. When you've done this and put them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Lying back with your eyes closed, count slowly in your mind to 10. Go with the numbers. Now to 12. Count slowly in your mind from 10 to 12. Be with the numbers. Now to 15. Count in your mind from 12 to 15. Go to 15. Now move to 21. Count in your mind from 15 to 21. Go with the flow. Twenty-one. 21. the edge of total freedom from time and space, freedom from time and space. Relax. Enjoy the near view of total freedom and stay calm. Now from 21, you can take a different route of exploration as I guide you. It is another way of knowing how much more you are than physical matter and a physical body. First, let your mind consciousness begin to expand. Bigger and bigger. Moving out and upward. More and more through physical matter. Out and up. Now you're above the ground, above any houses, trees, streets, buildings and roads, getting larger and larger, feeling calm and comfortable as you become larger and larger. Now you are above the clouds, far above the clouds. The earth seems smaller and smaller as you become larger and larger. Now you can perceive the earth as it is, a large, round, blue-white ball. It gets smaller and smaller as you become larger. Now you are so large and the earth so small that you can put your non-physical arms completely around it. You can hold the earth in your hands. Try it so that you know how much more you are. Now become even larger. And add the moon. The earth and the moon in your hands. Become even larger now, far larger, so that you can put your arms around the sun and all the planets. Expand and enjoy the greatness of what you are. The entire solar system, just small round balls in the palms of your hands. Now grow and expand rapidly. Faster. Faster. And the entire physical universe gets smaller and smaller. Now, the entire physical universe, suns, stars, planets, are no more than a mass of energy between the palms of your hands. Feel, know how large and great you can be, how much you are. Now, turn away and focus your attention behind you. And there before you, there are the non-physical states of being exactly as you have been visiting them. Not larger in size, exactly the same, because they are not of time and space and physical matter. Observe focus 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Now, with your new freedom, explore these areas of human thought and being. Move into those that attract you most. You are free. I will let you know when you need to return to Focus 21, and I will lead you back. Turn away now. Turn back to the point where you held the physical universe in your hands. Turn back to the point where you held the physical universe in your hands. Now you begin to pull together and become smaller and smaller. Let go of the universe as you pull together and become smaller and smaller. Faster and faster. Now you have pulled together where just the solar system is in your arms. Now more, so that you have just the moon and the earth in your hands. move back in more and more. Smaller and smaller. More and more. The earth is larger, much larger, much, much larger. Now, you are back in Focus 21. Relax and remain calm and serene. And remember what you have experienced. We will return now to full physical waking consciousness, slowly and easily, as I count from 20 back to 1. And as I count, repeat the numbers in your mind. With each lower number, you will become slowly and easily more aware of time and space and the activity of your physical body. I'm going to count now. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. You are in 15, back in the physical world, but still free of time. 14. 13. 12. 12. Now back in time and space, but your mind is still separate. You still remember what and who you are. Now counting back more. 11. 10. 10 with mind bright and awake and body still asleep. 'You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you have in your mind, anything that may get in the way of your relaxation. When you have them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Now I will help you reinforce the relaxation process to 10, where your mind remains awake, but your physical body is comfortably asleep. Let yourself follow. Just remember, the higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. Two, 3, 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Mind awake, physical body asleep. Now for the next step in remembering how truly more you are than the physical limitations of your physical body. You can move deeper and deeper away from physical consciousness as I guide you. But now, your mind will stay bright and awake. You can move to a state of expanded awareness beyond your physical knowledge so that you can let your physical body remain relaxed and asleep, and the messages from it become less and less important. It is a state of expanded awareness where you can perceive and remember that part of you that has been blocked by physical body signals. Remember just how more you are. I'm going to count now, and you can follow, saying the numbers in your mind. "11. 12. 12. Now you perceive far more than the physical body nerve patterns. You feel and know signals and information that have been shut off by your physical senses. All of these are available to you now as you remember. Remember here at 12. Relax and remember. Remain calm and relaxed. I will join you again shortly. Now, so that you remember even more how much greater you are than your physical body, I will guide you to a state of expanded awareness where time does not exist. Where time does not exist. You will remember again in your mind how it feels to be completely free of the limits of time. Your body signals will be very soft, but your mind will be bright and alert. I'm going to count now, and you repeat the numbers in your mind. 13. 14. 15. 15. Where your mind is free to think and remember and be without concern as to time. Relax. Enjoy the freedom as you remember more. I will join you again shortly. Now, with your conscious self free of time restraints, I will guide you to the edge of material space, which you will soon remember, where you can think and remember all that you are and all that you have been. I will guide you now by counting to 21, and as I do, say the numbers in your mind to yourself. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, the edge of total freedom from time and space. Relax. Enjoy the near view of total freedom and stay calm as you perceive and remember. Now in 21, picture in your mind the loved one with whom you desire to communicate. Ask for a message from that being. Remember what you have experienced. Keep it strong in your memory. Now reach out again for a message or send a message. Remember. Remember completely what you have perceived. Give thanks for what you have experienced. Ask to meet again and communicate. Then offer to receive again. Express love as you turn away. We will return now to full physical waking consciousness, slowly and easily, as I count from 20 back to 1. And as I count, repeat the numbers in your mind. With each lower number, you will become slowly and easily more aware of time and space and the activity of your physical body. I'm going to count now. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. You are in 15, back in the physical world, but still free of time. Fourteen. 13. 12. 12. Now back in time and space, but your mind is still separate. You still remember what and who you are. Now counting back more. 11. 10. 10 with mind bright and awake and body still asleep. 'You will move now back to full physical waking consciousness as I guide you. As I count from 10 down to 1, your body will become completely balanced and equalized, so as to remove any condition that may prevent you from being and giving your normal, natural self. The muscles in your physical body will become more rested, relaxed, and stronger. The organs of your body will operate more smoothly and efficiently. The nerve system of your entire body will convey signals exactly as they are designed to do. Your 5 physical senses will operate clearly, cleanly, and sharply. Your mind, thought, and consciousness will become even greater in their ability to think and be. Your emotional self will act and be in a form and manner not only to the greater good of your physical life pattern, but that of your total being. I'm going to count now. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 4. 3. 2. 1. 1. Open your eyes, breathe slowly and deeply, and remember what you've experienced. This completes another going home learning exercise. Now for another going home exercise in remembering better how much more you are. To prepare for this, turn to your security repository box. Raise the heavy lid. Place in the box any worries, anxieties, or concerns that you have in your mind. Anything that may get in the way of your relaxation. When you have them all in the box, close the heavy lid tightly and turn away from the box. Turn away from it and put it behind you. I will wait while you do this. Now I will help you reinforce the relaxation process to 10, where your mind remains awake, but your physical body is comfortably asleep. Let yourself follow. Just remember, the higher the number, the more deeply relaxed you become. 2, 3, 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Mind awake, physical body asleep. Now I will count to higher numbers. And with each higher number, you can relax more and more. Let your mind drift off easily into normal, natural, deep and comfortable sleep. You can move into deep sleep whenever you desire. I'm going to start counting now. 11. Relax. Let go. Sleep. 12. Let go. Sleep. 13. Let go. Sleep. 14. Sleep. 15. Relax. Let go. Sleep. 16. Seventeen. 18. 19. 20. 20. As you sleep this normal sleep, your entire self will move to become completely balanced and equalized and full of calm, even energy. Your physical body will adjust and reduce any discomfort where needed, and maintain this pattern when you return to full physical waking consciousness. Your nervous system will operate clearly and evenly so as to convey signals quickly and accurately to and from your brain centers, smoothly and easily, calmly and serenely. Your emotional self will change and convert any energy so generated into helpful, constructive, and productive response throughout your physical body. Your mental self will perceive and understand all signals from your total self and put them into careful operation and expression in all parts of you, so as to bring into physical and other reality your true purpose and goals. Your mental self will perceive and understand all signals from your total self and put them into careful operation and expression in all parts of you, so as to bring into physicality your true purpose and goals.